Hello, everyone. I am woolly as all get out because it's crazy humid here today, and all my hair went poof and will not be tamed. And the dog is extra bitchy today because it's wet outside and it's cold outside, and she doesn't like going there. But she hands you because that's where her bathroom is. So she's extra crabby in the corner. So if you hear a deep that's not me complaining. That's her complaining because she is 2020 of the mood. But hey, y'all, I am not alone. We have a cat who's doing very important work, and we have a Megan who is an inspiration because she actually is getting stuff done, unlike me, who's recreating the characters for a project that I've wanted to work on forever that will not leave me alone again. And I'm wondering if this is the time I actually get to write this stupid thing or not. Spinning my wheels, like you do. Alrighty. So, yeah, I'm going to be working on my dark urban fantasy story. If you remember, occasionally over the last year, I have mentioned, that would be a good band name. I'm going to write that down for this project that I want to do eventually. That involves a lot of rock bands. This is that project. So, yay. But, yeah. So, does anybody want to say what they're working on before I go into chat?
I'm looking at jobs. That's what I'm doing.
I'm going to be working on my outline for my novel, so hopefully I'm hoping to get to chapter 11 by the end of this. That might be pushing it. Maybe chapter 10 is a good one.
I'm hoping to have at least one character figured out, because I kind of have one. There's one character whose name has not changed since this entire project first started, but it's their stage name. It's not who they really are. And many people have put on this stage persona as I've tried to create this story, none of which have worked. I'm hoping the new one will. And Megan and Fate chose their name last night.
Oh, cool.
That's Isaac Coven.
Nice.
So hopefully this one works. So let's see who all is here. We've got a Mr. P. Hello, Mr. P. This new interface is going to take some getting used to. I'm like, why is it so tiny? Oh yeah, because it's the way the new thing works. We have a Tessa. Hello, Tessa. There's
I like the animation where it zooms up.
Yeah. Hello, Eva. How are you doing? It actually kind of makes me want to take that background just a little bit out. The purple square in the back a little bit,
yeah,
so that it lines up with the edge of that. Would be maddening to try to make sure that lines up though. But I kind of want to do that a little bit, but no, I have story to work on. No more distractions. I think I said hello, Eva. If I didn't, hello, and if I did, hello again. Hello, Bonnie. How are you doing? Hello, CB. Oh, I think I said this. I don't know. My brain is full of rats today. I did send you an invite, Tessa. That's how I sound when I complain too. Yeah, she wants to be over here next to me, but I have this like horrible thing called feet that occasionally, to get comfortable, kind of wiggle a little bit. And no, she wants to lean up against me, but I'm not allowed to move. And she's very upset and hurt with me because I let my foot move.
Oh no, how dare you?
How dare I? I used my ankles. Darn terrible me. Yeah, I sent the link back on Instagram. I can email it to you if you want. Because at least I double checked. It said it sent it. Here, let me do this thing where I refresh Instagram, because sometimes it says it sends things and doesn't. Yeah, I sent it. At least it's telling me it sent. If you don't have a link, let us know. This can be remedied.
She says it's not there.
Let me try this again. I don't understand what is going on. Here, I'm gonna send it on Instagram and I'm gonna email it to you. Hopefully one of these will get through. Because I don't understand the world. Or at least technology anymore. Because it seems to do whatever the heck it wants. And the worst part is when it lies and tells you it did a thing. Like it's because I refreshed the message and it's there. Okay, I sent it to both your Instagram and your... Hey, it must have worked because I heard it. And we have a Tesla loading now.
Hello.
Yay!
There I am. I don't know what was going on, but it didn't. It wasn't showing up.
I don't either.
Ah. Oh no! Wait a minute. I got it on.
I don't know why I thought making my face go away would make the echo stop. That was my instinct. Like, I'll stop the echo. There we go. Echo's gone, right?
No.
Hey.
My brain sometimes, I don't know why it works like that, but I'm pretty sure if anybody's out there is a psych major and needs to like have somebody to write a dissertation on, I'm sure I could maybe get you some pretty good credit. Oh my goodness. So so what are you working on today, Tess?
I have been trying to put chapters in my novel, and I just came across an issue that is not going to work. And I have like 30-some pages that have to be, that they need to make chapters somehow, or they have to be POV, and in order to get that information that I have in there. So I wasn't realizing when I was writing, it just never dawned on me that I switched, wasn't doing POVs anymore. And I thought, wait a minute, I can't do this. All this stuff can't be in there. These people do not have this access. So I have to go back and try to figure it out and renumber and rename chapters and figure out what to do about all this. Because it's like all the interrogation, you got all those people, and all their thoughts and what's going on in the investigation, switching back and forth. And I don't know what to do. I'm lost.
Third person omniscient works well for that. Or if you're a monster like I am, write one of your stories in first person omniscience, which is a really, really fun POV to play with.
I'm not even sure what that is.
It's basically the character is that in that particular story is literally narrated by the goddess of fate. And so she literally sees and knows everything and comments on it, and occasionally it shows up in the story. It is a fun one to play with.
I'm confused. I'm lost right now.
Isaac Coven is the character, and I say this because I was using a random name generator because I was dead set that the character's name has to be Isaac. And the name generator got broken and kept saying that his name is Isaac Mizrahi. And I was like, no, Isaac Mizrahi is a real person and not the person I'm writing about. Oh, but the name is Isaac Mizrahi. No. So I picked about, I don't know how many were on that list, like 6 or 7 names that I liked. And I liked all of them, Megan and Fate, because I ended up rolling a die. So beware, Megan knows what Fate is up to. Hello, Cliff Tinifer. How are you doing this evening? Glad to see you here. Let's see. Where I live. We're in tier 4 restriction. Oh, wow. You're not getting your support tomorrow? You're not allowed to have your support. Ooh, I hope everything... I mean, that's... I'm guessing that people who have care packages are being encouraged to have their care. Yeah, I don't know how. I didn't even think about how that would work. Well, I hope everything works out well for you. That. Yes, I can. Koven. I thought it was a little on the nose because it's kind of a witchy story, and coven.
Yeah, but who cares?
But Megan and Fate decided. That's okay.
It's a nice name.
Then they will be referred to as their stage name through most of the story. So, but I wanted to know who they really were. Like I need to know who you really are. It sounds like your son's name, actually. That was an accident, but that's pretty cool. Let's see. There's an L in her name, and it sounds fair. I'll be reading the Isaac Coven story. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. This is a story about a band and all of the dark shenanigans that they end up getting involved in. And I have actually, over the years, written lyrics to several of their songs because I like writing poems and it gave me an excuse to write poems. So I have actually written the lyrics out for quite a few of their poems, and had a friend of mine who is a musician who was a member of Crocus actually back in the day, help me with getting the fit and work, which made me very happy because I was very nervous. So the year is almost over. We're about to take our first sprint, and I just wanted to make sure I say this early and often. I'm going to be streaming every day this week because I'm going to be writing up and through New Year's Day, New Year's time, the ball drop in Central Standard Time, because I'm going to be home all day, and why not? And I'm going to be streaming for the last time on this channel Friday. And then starting next week, Fanfiction Friday is coming back on my second channel. You can find a link to that down in the description because that's going to be a much more pop culture channel. I felt like it belonged more over there, so we can actually read fan fiction if we want to. We can talk about it, go a little bit more into it, or just write it, whatever we want to do. I just felt like it belonged more over. I'm very excited about this. And I've got so many things that I'm working on for that channel. And I'm kind of glad I held off on my review of Wonder Woman 1984 because I don't know what's wrong with the men's, but I have noticed that most of the female reviewers that I follow loved it. Most of the women that I know loved it. Most male reviewers liked this movie. There's a very clear gendered difference in how people responded to this film in a way that actually got it certified fresh rating removed from it, because it went from being 90, I think it was 89% fresh, or it was in the fresh, and now it's down to 68.
I'm glad I'm not the only one to notice the gender difference in who likes it, because I was noticing it too.
And I loved it. The hubby loved it. And we actually had a lot of that actually made it work because the special effects were wonky. And yeah, I have a lot to say about that, and it's going to be more detailed than I originally thought. Because, but so if anybody has anything particular you'd like me to talk about over there, do let me know, because that's a weird thing. What happened, and it's a little bit frustrating just because I don't like seeing that. See, he wasn't expecting your support because of the restrictions, but the team leader called you and asked if you wanted it, and you said you did, and it's arranged for tomorrow. Okay, well, that's good. Yeah, stay safe, and hopefully everything will be fine with all this. And hopefully we can get those vaccines rolled out and we can stop having to worry about these lockdowns and everything else, and like have some semblance of normalcy return. Woohoo! You can finish what he was doing. Alrighty. So I think that's all the housekeeping I have for the beginning. Let's go ahead and get into it. Y'all know I've been doing 25-minute sprints. Warm up. We can do a warm up. That's fine. But speak now or forever hold your peace. Because
Warm up.
So you want to start with a 15?
Oh,
Yeah, that would be nice.
Okay.
I like a nice warm up because I was sleeping before this, so I need to wake up a bit before I really get into it.
I am fine with that. I just needs to know. Alrighty. That will let me do things like have timers on screen and stuff like that without it just being a complete monstrous mess. But until then, I will be putting the time we are returning in the ticker down below. It will look something like this, except for that's not the time we're coming back because I haven't edited the time. That was the last one that we did. That's the minutes we'll be coming back, because even though our time zones are all different, unless you're in one of the, I think, 3 places on Earth that actually have half-hour time zones, the minutes are the same.
If they're not, we have a
Half-hour
problem.
time zone. Yeah. Half-hour time zones give me a headache. Anywho, make sure that you have something to hydrate with. Make sure you know what you're working on, because really that's the main gist of getting started here. Because I'm going to open my stuff in World Able. I'm going to stare at it and go, okay, who are you? Tell me who you are. Be the right person this time and stop being a cosplayer for the character, because like I'm really tempted. I've kept the names of all the people that had been this character in case I ever want to write them going to a convention where there are people caught. Just because so many characters. Alrighty, we are going to get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and I will see you back here in 15. Beepity beep, beepity beep, beepity beep, beepity beep. And that is the end of our first sprint. How did everybody do? So I got Art Breeder to let me the image that I made. So yay. I'm not sure it's the final form that this character is going to take, but it's very close to the one that's in my head. So yay. And I started writing their kind of personal history, how they got involved in music, and so Izzy is coming into being, and hopefully for reals this time. What did everybody else do?
Surveys.
I worked on my. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm taking
You go,
surveys
Kat.
on Survey Junkie. Hey.
I worked on my outline for I've got to the scene 5 of chapter 9, so I'm
Nice.
almost to chapter 10. Yes.
Moving right along.
Moving right
Jump,
along.
jump, footloose and fancy for. I watched the Muppets too much as a kid, didn't I? Anyway. So Tessa, how'd you do?
Well, I started working on this chunk of information, trying to. Some of these chapters are huge too. I have like 10-page chapters. I don't know if that's normal or not, but I have some of them that long. And then I have a couple that are super short, and are like a page. So it's like really uneven. And then I got this 30-some page mess that I have to straighten out. So I started at the beginning. I'm trying to break it into parts and maybe into scenes and see if I can. I don't know. I may have to make more POV characters just to make this work. I know they say that people who aren't established writers shouldn't have more than 2 or 3, but I may be breaking that rule.
I think a story should generally have as many POVs as it requires. It's more
I mean,
than it needs more.
That's the only way to get some of this information out. I mean, it needs to be there, and if the people in the story don't know it, how is it going to be there? And
Yeah.
it's needed. It's part of the story.
Oh, here's 2 of the things that are coming in your care package. There's a couple more I got to pull out of the box.
Okay, cool.
Hopefully those will be there soon.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, just the easiest thing to remember is chapters should be a unit of narrative. So when you're thinking of your story from the ground up, you have scene, and a scene should contain everything up and through either a change in plot, some kind of change in or challenge to the status quo, whether it's their mood, something in the plot moving forward, something like that. That's your scene. The chapter is the next. A scene can be a chapter, but a chapter is not always a scene. So if it's going to take several scenes to tell a certain portion of the story, that's a chapter. And if you want to get really complicated, like the old school books, because I don't see this a lot in the newer ones, a collection of chapters becomes a part, which tells yet a story from beginning to end. And then you have the book itself. A lot of modern books skip the part. But it's always important to think about these things as units of story. That way they make sense. Because I've read several books by traditional published authors where chapter breaks seemed very arbitrary and capricious. Like they just decided that a chapter is going to be X number of pages long, and well, bam, like just like
Yeah.
Like mid
Yeah.
it's cut into 2 chapters for no reason, and it's like,
A lot of people say, "Oh, my chapters are exactly 800 words long." I'm like, "How do you do that?"
I try to I try to keep mine to 1,600 words, and I do that in the writing. Like I very meticulously planned it out. Now, if they go longer, they go longer. If they're shorter, they're shorter. But when I'm initially conceiving of a story, I hold myself to that. Keep track of that as I'm writing, because I like consistency in my own chapters, which is odd because I don't really care when I read a book. It's just when I write it, I want there to be consistency. So,
Well, some of these are very, very long chapters, and now I'm trying to break them down maybe into possible scenes, but I still have this huge chunk that I just don't know what to do with, and I'm going to have to put, I think, POV characters back in because it's the only way I'm going to be able to do that and still tell the story.
that has to happen sometimes.
Okay, I'm not the only one noticing that you're cutting in and out. I see it in the chat now. You're frozen again. You keep freezing up. The rest of us are all moving, but you're freezing up.
Oh, good. I thought I was just me, and I thought it was just my.
No, that's what I was wondering, but it's being mentioned in the chat now. So it's not just us. Something's happening with you.
I
See, it just froze again.
will go. I am going to try and push through. And oh yeah, my internet's low right now. Okay, let me try to get through chat real quick if I can. If I start like cutting out, somebody just like say talk to the talk to the people as I go through, because I don't want to ignore people. But oh my goodness, I'm gonna have to fix this. All right, so
Devin is here.
CB got 100 words. Oh, that's what needs to happen. Got 1 page nearly done in my. That's awesome. Journal planner, junk journal. Yeah. Oh, the stack of journals ever does grow on my desk. I'm hoping to finish some of these projects so they can go away. You never know anymore. Let's see. Pepper's family are coming to visit, so Tony is. Oh. Alrighty. Yeah, I see it. There's. Hi, Glory.
Hello.
Hi.
Alrighty. So I see.
Yes.
Okay, so hopefully y'all can hear me. I'm just going to, it's almost time to start our next sprint. Anyway, we're going to start it a couple minutes early just because I'm going to go check my router. Note on that, there's a chance I may need to restart it, which means I will disappear. I will be back, and if not, I will, I have methods of contacting everyone on screen to let you know if something like nefarious happens and I don't come back. But I'm going to go check to see what in the world's going on, because I can say that the bandwidth that I'm getting is like 1/10 what I should be getting right now.
Oh, wow.
Every time he freezes, I miss so much of what he's saying. I'm like, I have no clue what he just said.
I'm going to go try to fix this. All right. I don't know what to do. I'm just.
How big is that?
Beepity beep. Beepity beep. Okay. So I did the thing. It made the internet come back, and then like right before the timer went off, my internet dropped out again. So we're having a bit of weather here, and so I may be intermittent. I apologize. You know,
Oh,
the
that
thing that
weather.
lets you know that you live in a first world country. Like every time it rains, the internet goes out. Just saying. So I got distracted trying to get all that fixed. You know. It's not just like for the streaming purposes, but like all of our entertainment comes in through the interwebs. So without interwebs, there is silence. So
Oh.
but I did remember to turn all of my pretty lights on, including we got batteries for it in a party.
Ooh,
So
yay.
hopefully I will not be in and out. I don't know. And hopefully I'll like
so far you're doing
the numbers
better,
are fine,
so
but it kicked me out like literally right before the alarm went off. So I don't know. How are y'all doing?
Well, I almost got to actually I did get to chapter 10 and now I'm almost to chapter 11. I'm at scene 2, so out of 5.
How did you do, Tess?
Working on that piece, trying to break it up as much as I possibly can. 30 pages of just one thing is too much. So I'm trying to break it into pieces where part of it's the detectives talking, and I don't know. I'm at a loss. This is, like I said, the first time I ever wrote anything like this, and I really didn't read a lot of craft books, so I really don't know what I'm doing. And now it's starting to show that I have no clue.
Well, I have to say, like, I know from, my first, well, I can almost guarantee that your first book is better than my first book, just because I wrote a steaming hot pile of garbage that, like, I get too close to it and I can smell the stank coming off of it still to this day. I have it, and it's bad. It is unbearable to read. Like, yeah, it's like a weird sci-fi knockoff of a Fenimore Cooper book. It's just it's bad. It's bad, and I don't like his works either. So
I don't think it's bad. I'm just running into issues. That's all.
Oh no,
And
I'm just saying.
Eventually, I will figure out what to do. I'm feeling a little out of my league right now.
Editing is the most difficult thing, and I don't know if this will help you or not, but I'm one of those people that, like, this is the kind of thing that I do, where I would have loaded up maybe some videos by Natalia Lee or somebody else who does editing videos. That way, anytime you feel stuck, like, just kind of escape for a minute and see if you pick up a tip that you missed. That might be, like, I know I have to short circuit the brain, the internal monologue that starts of, like, why did I do this? How did I set this up? Does this even make sense? What am I doing? Are those my feet?
Yeah, it's like, my whole thing is going, is this in order? Did I get it in the right order? Maybe I should change the order of things. Oh, wait, I think I mentioned this back here and I said it differently. I'm like, it's like, ah.
And this is one of the reasons why I like doing timelines. So that might be a thing you might want to play with. If you have Office, you could probably, I used to do all my timelines in a spreadsheet. because I would have one row for each either day or month or event. And it was easy to add before and after events to them. So
Yeah,
without
you're
even having...
definitely right there. Hey, somebody told me that you can actually take and write an outline after you've written the story,
Yes.
outline what you've written,
Yep.
and see if it makes sense.
That's basically my writing process. Yeah, I zero draft the first draft, and then I go back through and I make an outline and look at it and go, oh, look, I completely skipped this entire thing that I knew about in my own head, but the reader has no idea. Let's put that in so the reader can comprehend this, shall we?
Yeah, exactly. Or it's like, oh, wait a minute, I said something different up here. This doesn't go together. This doesn't make any sense. And I'm finding little plot holes. It's like, oh, these don't make sense. This doesn't make sense. So, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing right now. Honestly, I'm floundering.
Because first drafts or zero drafts, I don't know what you consider what you did, but they are a foundation.
I've heard the terms, but I don't know what I consider it.
Because the difference between a zero draft and a first draft is really whether and when you consider a draft being done. Because some people's zero drafts are just outlines. My zero draft is I have an idea that won't leave me alone on page.
Yeah, but that's
first draft is when that gets turned into something with the semblance of a story.
I mean, this has all the elements I think it really needs. It's just got some issues that I don't know how to handle. And that's, I'm going to have to either do some more research or just leave it alone for a little while and let my brain.
I very often will go on to the next project and then edit a month or two later just to get away from it. But
because I have a second piece that's actually percolating back there that I want to mess with to see if I can create a second sequel to it. But right now I'm having a problem with the first one. I'm not sure about a sequel. Or even if there's enough words in the story, if there's enough to make it worth writing a whole story, if I can come up with something. I still need more. I mean, there's not enough right now. There's an idea, but there's not a full story there.
Ideas are precious. And thank you, Glory. Hopefully everything's fine now. Hopefully. I'm also hoping that the ice skips us. So.
Oh, gee. Ice. Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind the snow, but I don't want the ice. But I don't know how we get one without the other. So just let the really cold rain just move through. And don't bother Eva because it generally hits us before it hits her. So leave Eva alone too. You accidentally switched your router off yesterday. Oh no. Yeah, we used to have a router that had a switch on it that was up in a closet that we always had to pull stuff out of. And oh yeah, we turned it off way too much.
Oh.
Hello, Yaza. How are you doing? Yes, long time no see. I hope everything is going well for you. Yeah, hopefully everything's working out. Hello, Dea. Hopefully I pronounced that right. If I did not, correct me. Because I'm bad at pronouncing things. Hello, CB. You got 358 words. That's amazing. Just getting into the serious part. Oh, yeah. See, that's the problem that I'm having is I know like the beginning. Well, I know the like before the beginning, the middle, and the end of the story that I'm wanting to write. I don't actually know how the beginning happens. Like, how does the inciting incident incite? I know what it is, It's just I don't know why it happened and how it happened. If that makes any, which will make much more sense when the book comes out, but gotta figure all that out. Mr. P says, I know the feeling about the internet. Yeah, had issues with yours last night. But anyway, got some outlining completed in your bullet journal. I love journals.
Everybody has bullet journals.
I don't technically bullet journal. I just journal. But I have to say, every project gets its own lots of scribblings. Because if I don't write something out, it didn't happen. Like having the thoughts in my head doesn't count. Like I really have to like write out my thought process or it doesn't happen. I'm going to kind of skim through the chat. Sorry about this, but and it being what it is, our timer's up. It's time to go back in. Ooh. I try to avoid the true crime.
True crime stresses me out. It gives me nightmares.
CB, I'm sorry. I gotta take a sip of tea on that one. I was going to leave it there for a minute.
I saw that and I was like, holy cow. CB, my goodness.
You are amazing. I mean, that is just that's life goals. That's life goals. I went to
I'm a little jelly.
yeah, same. Let's see. I went to swap to a short story. If I get to the messy phase in a draft, when I realize, yeah, I'm hoping to do a lot more short stories. Hoping. I just want to get writing again. I want to be writing again. I miss writing. I miss it so much. Oh yeah, CB writes like a machine. Hello, Chandra. How are you doing? Alrighty. Going through real quick, and I think we're caught up. You journal in a line journal. Yeah. I think journaling is a very important thing, and I love that bullet journaling has taken off for a lot of people. But like with everything, it is not the gospel truth. Find the kind of journaling that works for you. Because
bullet journaling does not work for me.
Yeah, I have so many books that I bought over the years on journaling to try to get me to make it work. Because like I realized early on, like it was the thing I needed to do, but it wasn't clicking. Like I just wasn't using them. They weren't actually like when I did certain things, they were helpful. When I did other things, they just like ate time. And it takes a long time to figure out what for you is the best way to do journaling. That was a car. I thought that was thunder. I'm like, no thunder snow. I don't need a thunder snow. Just never. The car going down the road. Sorry, I'm a little jumpy right now. Thus, myself going to be waiting to try to calm my butt down. I'm going to go put on some relaxing music, and we're going to do a 25-minute sprint, y'all, because my rubber band is trying to break. But before we get started, make sure you do your work. Don't feed the gremlins. The gremlins have already eaten me off of the stream twice, at least. Don't let them take your work. Save it. Back it up. Make sure that you are doing everything. Send it to a friend. Do whatever you can to make sure that you're not losing it. Hopefully I will be in a much calmer place. I'm probably going to put on one of my Gotham radio stations and just kind of sit in the gloom for a little bit, because it actually does lift my spirits, because I'm wired that way. I love my brain. Let's get going. Make sure that you have something to hydrate. Make sure that you're doing a posture check every now and then, because hunches aren't where ideas come from. We need to sit up. I feel like my body says, no, if you need an idea, you have to hunch over. That's not how that works. It's not how that works.
I'm sitting here hunched over. I'm not sitting properly.
Let's get started. In
Up.
1, and see y'all in 25. Beepity beep, beepity beep, beepity beep. So that was the third sprint, and I did not work on my story because I'm bad at it. I had an idea for a YouTube short, and I've been wanting to play with those, so I made a short video. Because I don't know if anybody cares about these or not, but I have not seen anybody in AuthorTube playing around with them, and I wanted to play around with them. So for anybody who doesn't know what the YouTube Shorts is, it's the new TikTok thing that they're doing where you may have seen some of the channels that you subscribe to suddenly have vertical videos showing up that are under a minute long in your feed. That's basically the requirements right now. If you want to play with them, it has to be under a minute long. It has to be a vertical video, and it has to have the hashtag shorts either in the description or in the name. Yeah.
Weird.
So I know some people that do different kinds of channels that, because so few people are doing them right now, like their viewership jumped like 10,000 people. Yeah. Nobody's doing them,
wow.
because they're just rolling them out. And so I actually had an idea of like, oh, that would not make a full video. Oh, but that would make like a really quick 1-minute video. So I'm going to be doing some like quick question type videos and seeing one if I like it, if you all like it, and if it actually does anything. Because you don't know until you try. What did y'all end up doing?
Well, I got to scene 4 of 5, so I'm almost at chapter 11, which is where I had wanted to be for this whole thing. So I'm pretty satisfied with
that's really
with
cool.
my progress.
How'd you do, Tess?
Oh boy, still digging and wading through this huge mess I have here, and I'm getting so confused with because I'm trying to do chapter numbers, page numbers at the same time, and I thought I had everything figured out yesterday and started changing everything, and now I have to completely revise it, plus figure out who's doing the talking. I mean, I've got on here like detectives discussion that's just them talking amongst themselves and not the characters themselves. That's just them going over their thoughts on what's going on what they're learning and trying to figure out this murder. Well, there are 2 murders, but trying to figure them out. And I'm like super confused. So I don't know what I'm doing now. I'm just trying to work my way through it.
Like I said, you may want to take some time and work on a different project just to give your brain time to rest for a little bit.
Yeah, it's really getting. I didn't think I would have a problem, and since I thought I was so close to being done, I was like really excited. And now that I see that I've got a mess to clean up, I'm not so excited anymore. I know everybody keeps telling me editing is hell. Well, I guess I'm finding that out now.
I feel like all my drafts are a mess when I first start working on them, but I just think that's the nature of the beast. I hear of people that are not like that, and I have been accused of being not like that on a couple occasions, but it's a thing. Yes, Chandra, tonight we're going to be doing all of the sprints. I actually am doing the talk timer to limit the chit chat, and because I would like to do some story stuff, but I'm going wherever my creativity leads me right now. So if that's artwork, if that's these weird YouTube experiments, if that's whatever, it's whatever, because creativity is creativity right now. And yeah, I just need to roll with it. Yes, this has been a big problem, and YouTube needs to do something about it. A lot of the shorts that are appearing on YouTube right now, people are basically downloading the top TikToks and then re-uploading them to their own channels, and not in the way of a compilation video, just as if it was their content. And some people are being nice, and if you actually go into the description, it has a link to the TikTok profile of the original poster, but YouTube needs to do something about that, or the feature just won't work. There are a couple channels that I follow that have been using them, and they've been really interesting. Legal Eagle, for example, is a really good one that's been doing them really well, where it's little snippets about what's going on in the news and stuff from a legal point of view and perspective, and I really like it. So we'll see if I continue doing it or not, but I wanted to give it a try, so I am doing that thing. Hello, Spence. How are you doing? Is the baking over, or are you on to a different series of baking projects right now? I'm just curious, because I know like a lot of the baking was holiday related, but you know, I know when I get into a mood, I bake a lot.
So I just remembered I was on a stream. I was doing
I figured one of the roommates pulled you away for some reason. Fun days. Fun days. So dear Rob got 286. That is awesome, and some serious action. Spaceships! See, that's what I wanted to be writing. That's what I wanted to be writing. I want to be doing the spaceship story, but my brain won't let me like concentrate. Like it just turns into like tumbleweeds and dial tones every time I want to try to work on the spaceship story. Start working on the weird like goth band with the witches and the vampires and the other monsters and things that go bump in the night, and it's like, oh yes, give me more. Here's more. Here's more. Here's more. But I know I want to be writing. Follow the creativity wherever it goes. I feel like I should try to make an animation for Stream Frogs. that might no. Stop adding. Bad, Charlie. Bad. See, I'm not sure if you're going to hang out. You're not. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The front has my legs trying to explode. So if you see me doing this a lot of that is like, oh, money cracked, and you don't need to see the look that's on my face because life is fun.
Hey, Spence, do you want to help a girl learn how to make bread?
I love bread making. It's one of my favorite things in the world.
I love homemade bread.
My tip to you, start a bigger. Because you can use it for any kind of bread, but you never have to worry about running out of yeast, and it's not as cumbersome as dealing with a sourdough starter. But we'll eventually get a lot of the flavor of a sourdough starter. But you start it with commercial yeast, so you start with the cheap. Let's see. This is a story of how Tony and Pepper met. That's cool. And it's sort of based on canon. That's cool.
Oh.
Oh.
Hello.
Hello, Laura. I understand that you will be streaming tonight starting at, is it 8 or 9 Eastern time? Because I think it's 9 Eastern time and 8 my time.
I think it's 9 Eastern time and 7 my time.
Yeah, so this is the problem with time zones is I can never remember when I've done the conversion in my head or not. What I really need to do is just get a really cheap digital clock that I keep on my desk that's in Eastern time. And I can just like when I'm doing YouTube stuff, and I can just work exclusively off of Eastern time because the lovely Laura. Yeah. Oh, it's bad in there sometimes. See, Spence says, I said I baked some bread the other day and have been toying with the idea of making a cake for tomorrow. But my kitchen is a mess, and my dishwasher, oh no, is out of commission for a bit. Plus, burnout is a bitch. Yes, it is. It is a terrible thing. Self-care is important. Though I may or may not be getting a bunch of Don't Starve games because you said they were amazing and I've never played them.
I may or may not have gotten the entire thingy because it was on sale.
Yeah.
One of the things I should not have bought that I bought. When I had no money.
Yeah, that would be fun. I'm going to play around with the idea of that. Not at the moment. Not at the moment. Today, we'll either be editing video or writing on the story. I'm not letting myself fall out of the... Like, pick a groove. Because I may have recorded a bunch of 1-minute videos. Woo! Spence will definitely teach you how to bake bread. That's awesome.
Yay!
Aww, that's sad.
Oh no.
That's really problematic because yeast is in the air. Like yeast is everywhere. That would be a terrible allergy to have because yeast is everywhere. Yay. Alrighty. I will try to make sure that we send everyone your way when that happens. But like the brilliance that was before me on the Mondays that are not, as Miss Ozzy Bats always said, I will try to be done on time, but I give no promises because I'm bad at it. Sourdough isn't hard. No, it's not as hard as all that. It's just, it takes a long time to get the starter started. And depending on the region you're in, like I went through all the effort and made a starter here, but the yeast that's here has much more bitterness than sour to it, which is a problem. I wish my starter had survived that I started in the Bay Area because it was amazing, but it did not survive the move.
Oh.
Well, we couldn't afford a hotel room, and it was very cold when we moved, and the we made it through, but the starter froze.
Oh.
So, and I tried to bring it back, and it would not. Thank you for that, Devin. And either that or you used too much. Yeah, I don't know. I just yeast is a thing.
I just make yeast-free bread. It's easier that way, then I don't have to worry about it.
There are a lot. If you've never made bread before and you don't and you like soda breads, I love soda breads. They're a really easy foray in. Like a good Irish soda bread, they're easy to make, very few ingredients, and you don't have to worry about rising times and stuff, but it will help you learn how to knead your bread and all of that, so you know that you've got that down, because over kneaded it becomes tough, not kneaded enough, and it's all weird on the inside. Like the bubbles don't form right. So that's what my great grandmother had me learn on, was soda breads. Do you have a stand mixer?
No.
You can do it without, but you're going to get buff. Because 15 minutes of kneading in a stand mixer is easy. 15 minutes of kneading with your arms, you become powerful. Mighty, mighty. It's hard to express exactly how much effort it takes to knead dough. Yes.
Anybody
Yes,
wants
I
to
love a
help
good Irish
me afford a KitchenAid?
Let's see. Oh, yeah, some of them do. Not all. But yes, some do have the orange peel.
Some are gluten free, I think, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, you can do a gluten-free soda bread. Because my mother-in-law, I don't know why it was so hard for me to pull up the word mother-in-law, but brain has a gluten intolerance, and so I had to learn how to make a lot of gluten-free stuff. So you're still at the appliance hospital. Oh, and so we have to wait until your kitchen is clean.
Puff cat.
Puff cat. Oh, yeah. I used to make homemade pasta every week, and
dang.
by hand. And I just have to say, my arms used to be a lot more a lot more powerful than they are now. That's why you don't mess with Italian grandmas. I'm just saying. They're secretly Arnold Schwarzenegger under the lace. That's what the lace is covering up, is them big old beefy pasta arms.
Is that how they grab the grandkids and they're just like, you need more food?
Yes. Because I went through all the effort of making it, gosh darn it. Y'all gonna eat it. Alrighty. So it is time for the fourth sprint. So make sure that you're saving your documents or whatever you're working on. Make sure that you are hydrating and keeping yourself in a good posture, because I'm bad at it. By the way, this is my favorite shirt of all time, and if I could get like 12 of them, I would. This is my Transformer shirt, Meet Optima Prime.
Noise.
I love her so much. It makes me so happy. Yeah, make sure that you're sitting up. Make sure that you are taking care of yourself. You haven't gotten up and moved around for a bit. We've been doing this for 2 hours. Maybe do that if you can. Alrighty. Let's get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and see y'all in 25.
I might cook.
Ooh. Beepity beep, beepity beep, beepity beep, beepity beep. Trying not to laugh too hard. My doggy is sleeping and kind of snoring a little bit on the other side of my desk, and it's mildly distracting. So I did another one of the shorts real quick because making a 1 minute video is really easy and I have ideas. So I don't know if anybody's gonna like these or not, but hey, I want to try it. So we'll see how this plays out. What did anybody else do?
Well, I got to chapter 11, so I made it to my goal. Yay! And I'm almost finished with scene 1 on chapter 11.
That's
so
awesome.
moving along.
That's to have goals that involve writing again. I seriously can't wait. I want that to be a thing so much. Sorry, I have to sip some tea on myself on that one. Tess, how did you do?
Well, it's starting to seem to make a little bit more sense, and maybe this won't be quite the disaster I imagined it to be. It just needs some work.
Just
So
remember,
with that,
at least 5 points in your writing, you will have a moment of, why did I do this? This is the worst idea that has ever been done in the history of bad ideas. If you're anything like me, at least 5 times. This is a thing that happens. It is known. And
this is
so
the first time where I really felt this way.
I get that very early on when it's like, maybe I should write that. No, this is the stupidest idea that's ever been conceived of in the history of stupid. And then about a quarter of the way through the writing, it happens again. And then about halfway through, it happens again. And then literally, as I'm writing the grand finale, it will happen in the most spectacular way that if I'm not careful, I will actually storm and stomp around the house that I have wasted so much time, energy, and effort writing this damn thing. Why did I do it? Why? Only to have the hubby look at me and go, you say this every time, shut up and sit down and write. Okay. And then I finished. And then at least 2 times more in editing. That's my writing process. It's calm. It's filled with regret and lots of fear. But, that's like everything that I do.
There's a lot of fear here because I don't know what I'm doing, and I kind of feel in over my head. And I feel pretty confident, and now, there's doubts now. Definitely doubts. I'm sure it'll pass. I mean, I'm feeling a little bit better than I did when I first looked at it last night and said, oh my God, I've got 30 pages and none of this makes sense.
I will say, I know a lot of writers, not just from AuthorTube, but from doing the conventions over the years. And if there was a homeland for writers, its motto would be, in doubt we trust. Like, all of us have it. It is a universal phenomenon. Well, I take that back. I've met one writer in my life. Peter J. Wex has no doubt. He is the most, at least publicly and in private chats, he exudes more confidence than a human has a right to have. He's a good writer, so he's actually justified in his confidence, which makes it even worse. That he's
That does make it worse.
justified in it. But yeah, he's one of the few writers I've ever met that did not have those moments of just like, why universe? Why? And maybe Peter David, but if Peter David has emotions, they are hidden very well. But
You need to get
So what is cat cooking?
I lost it. I don't know what cat's cooking. I can't tell.
Looks good.
It looks good. I don't know what it is. Let us go in for further inspection.
Ooh.
That
Chicken.
looks yummy.
And then in that pot is some quinoa.
Ooh.
Ooh. I love quinoa.
And because I saw a couple of recipes that had like using broth for the water.
Yep.
Because I can't use regular store-bought broth, so I use this. So I did a little bit of this in it, dissolved it, and then the water.
I really like quinoa. We have, between quinoa and farro, we do a lot of farro salads in our house. The farro.
What is farro?
Farro is it's a kind of wheat, I believe, that is very popular in the Mediterranean, and it's like these little pearls. Like they look like little pearls, and you boil them. They take like 20 minutes. You boil them in whatever seasoning is the flavor you want them to have. You can add flavor to them, but it's like cooking pasta. Try to flavor the water to make sure that season the water, or they will have very little flavor on the inside. But they have kind of a toasty, like this rich umami toasty flavor to them. That are good. They're good. They're good. They're good cold. And you can make up a bunch, put them in the fridge, and then just pull it out and use it for stuff. So, good. I know it's probably too late. You're probably gone, but good night, CB. Let's see. And Dea went as well. Have the fun. Yaza says, not to be ignorant or go off topic, but what does it mean if someone identifies as binary? I can only find info on non-binary people. Okay. Generally speaking, somebody who identifies as a binary person, and I have seen people start using that, generally will have either binary female or binary male after that as a qualifier. And that basically means that they like wholeheartedly are in on all of the gender stereotypes and norms for that particular gender. I have seen some TERFs using that term as a way of basically saying that there's only men and women, and if you are not born biologically female, then you don't have a right to exist. But we see you, Joe. I would need to know in the context. That's usually what that means, because the gender binary is the spectrum between male and female, and then you have the other gender binary that very few people talk about, which is from agender to hypergendered. So you could think of like Arnold Schwarzenegger in the 80s as being very hypergendered masculine. Right? All the action movies, the bravado, the like muscles for days. Like he was a walking stereotype of masculinity, right? So that would be hypergendered masculine. But usually that's how I have seen that term used. Yeah. As somebody who's non-binary, I'm a demigirl, but most people don't know what that means. There are actually a lot of identities within the non-binary umbrella, and it's just easier for a lot of us just to say non-binary than go into all the nitty-gritty, because non-binary enough generally overwhelms people. So without getting into all of the different identities that are within there,
I would like to state that the best way I've ever understood what like any of the non-heteronorm things, such as gender fluid, non-binary, was in fan fiction. Actually taught me like what they actually meant.
fan fiction does a very good job with that. Step Back History did a really interesting video where he talked about the gender as it has been perceived through history and around the world, where he actually goes into the various, not all of them, because there's a lot of the ways. Our culture is actually quite unique in the world in that we only recognize 2 genders as a standard. Most cultures have minimum of 3, which is also very weird because as a Judeo-Christian community, the Hebrew text of the Tanakh actually recognizes 6. So we're based on a tradition that had 6 genders that was filtered through the Roman tradition, which had 3 genders. And we somehow came out at the end with 2. And that's primarily an artifact of the 1840s, by the way. Victorian era did a lot of interesting things.
Victorian era caused a lot of our problems for a lot of things.
Yeah. Woo, make thumbnails and deciding on podcast covers. Okay. Golden rule for podcast cover before we get into the next sprint, because I've had to make a lot of these over the years. Once you have it, make it as teeny tiny as you possibly can on the screen, and ask yourself, can I tell what this is? Does this look interesting? Because remember, most people are just going to see this itty bitty tiny little square on their phone. And if it looks like a whole bunch of spaghetti got thrown onto something, it's too busy. Simplify it down. Don't go too simple or it looks weird large. It's a really hard tightrope to walk. And I hate making podcast covers, but shrink it down as small as you can and see if it looks like something. It's one of the reasons why ever since I started my podcast, I created an iconographic dragon, because if you like dragons, you will like my podcast. So no matter what size the cover is, you'll see the dragon. So that because I talk about fantasy a lot on the podcast, and that's why I did that, because no matter what size it is, you can still see the dragon and go, ooh, dragon, and click on it and maybe check it out.
Olive down.
Bear that in mind. It helps a lot. Oh yeah. I just, men were turned on by table legs or something. I don't know. The Victorian times were weird. But that's why tablecloths were not necessarily invented, but came into wide use, because apparently men were getting too hot under the collar looking at all them sexy table legs.
It's bizarre.
That's the reason that's actually given. If you actually read any old Victorian book about how to decorate your house, it's very clear about how long, like, every tablecloth should go to the floor. You should actually have chair skirts on your chairs, because should men see that sexy scrolling in the woodwork, they'll just become too hot and bothered and not be able to control themselves.
Really?
It's like, either you're over exaggerating or Victorian men's had problems. And then you look at history and go, I think Victorian men's had problems. Yeah, that's good. That's very important, because that's the one thing. People always think that the words are what matters. The words do matter that show up on there, but having something very quick and iconographic that just grabs the mind and makes people go, that thing. Just think about all of the biggest podcasts. When you shrink them down, like, whether you like him or not, like Joe Rogan is the biggest podcast out there. You look at his icon really small, it's his angry face going, like, no matter what size you make it, you go, oh yeah, that's Joe Rogan screaming at somebody. That's the Victorian way. Oh yeah, the arsenic in the wallpaper probably didn't help much. Very true, and of course all the lead pipes, So lead pipes, arsenic wallpaper.
Am I supposed to let quinoa sit?
We
You
just
don't have to.
you don't have to. Treat it like you would rice. Whatever you would normally do with your rice,
Eat it right away.
then that's what you do. Like as long as it's al dente or a little bit past that, because if not thoroughly cooked, it can be like little rock pellets.
Yeah, I made that mistake. One, I didn't rinse it, so it kind of tasted soapy. The first time I ever had it, because I finally have. I just got one of these.
Oh,
nice.
those are so handy.
I never had one before. Like I didn't own one.
Definitely handy if you use quinoa at all, because they're so tiny they fall through like colanders and stuff, no problem.
And also, one last note on washing your food: wash your rice.
Oh yeah, the more you wash your rice, the fluffier it actually gets. I learned this from a restaurateur. He said that the more you wash your rice, the fluffier and bigger it gets, and the nicer it is. And it's been the best.
Wash your rice until the water runs clear.
Advice. Yeah.
And kind of run your hands through it. The way rice is gathered, it's very easy for little pebbles to get mixed in with your rice. It's rare, but it does happen. If you've ever crunched on something in a rice dish, you went, "What in the world was that?" You probably got a Debbie Stone. So always wash your rice and just kind of look through and make sure that everything looks rice shaped. Because sometimes little bitty rocks do get into the process, and that's not your friend. I really want to start a cooking channel, but it would be not cute.
You can guest on mine.
Hey, that would be fun. Alrighty. So we are going to do a neuter sprint. I'm looking at the time. See, the sun is still freaking me out. Plus the new office, so I don't actually see outside. I've got one tiny little window over in the corner. I'm just like, oh wait, is it just about time for Laura to start? No, we have time. It's fine. I feel like it's like 10, 11 o'clock already. But that's just because it's so dark outside with the storms. Alrighty. Make sure that you're taking care of yourself. Hydrate. Very important. Even if it's a tea.
Hydrate or dihydrate.
Even if it's a tea, it's good for you, especially a rooibos tea, because it helps to lower your inflammation and stuff. It's very good. Make sure that you're doing your posture checks. If you haven't gotten up and moved around, do that. If you haven't saved your document, are you crazy? Save. Back it up. The internet's being weird tonight. We are going to get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and I'll see you all in 25 minutes. Beepity beep, beepity beep, beepity beep, beepity beep. Hello, everyone. How are you doing today? I am already noticing that. Okay, so we are like minutes into my experiment on doing these shorts, and it is already outperforming the trend line on my channel by almost double. So,
Oh wow.
I don't know if that is going to add up to anything, but I was just curious because I uploaded and scheduled the third one, and you know how it takes you to the page, the back to the dashboard, and I was like, it already has views. Okay, and then I looked in, and you know how it shows you that like bar of like here's your average, like where you normally are in views, and it's like bump, like well over where I normally am. So maybe there is something to doing these. We will see. Hopefully they're not annoying. I think they're actually useful videos, even though they are vertical, which felt every kind of wrong in the universe to make.
I love that I just took the stack of papers and went, I'm turning around.
So I'm just, I don't know. We'll see how this looks by Monday, but that's interesting because it's one of the things that I've been hearing is like you see a difference right away in the way that they perform, and I think it's weird that all of a sudden, I don't know. We'll see. Because usually when I post a video while I'm still streaming, it doesn't get like hardly any views until after the stream's over, which makes sense, because people are here to do their work, and most of the people let's be honest, most of the people that watch my videos are here on the stream right now. So, anywho, I'm curious to see how this pans out. I will report back with my findings because I'm really curious because it was oddly fun to make these like little writing tip, like these little 1 minute writing tip videos. Because I don't usually do writing tips on the channel, and I don't know, I had fun. What did y'all do?
Well, I'm starting to relax a little bit more now.
That's good.
I think I kind of panicked in the beginning, and as I'm going through it, I'm getting a little bit more easier going with the whole process. I'm not sure if it's the answer, but it's something I'm working on now. And I'm trying to keep it all straight, which is the most complicated part because I had everything already, chaptered out and notated, and now I'm adding more chapters in, which is pushing all the others down, and it's just...
I will say I don't remember what it is, and if anybody who works in Word knows and can like put it in chat, there actually is a code that you can put in Word that will automatically count your chapters for you. So you just put the code in, because I used to do this back when I worked in Word. It's one of their auto inserts. There's also one for page numbers that you just put in the gutter to take care of that for you. It's been a very long time since I've worked in Word, and I don't remember what it is.
Word is different now, too. I mean, the newer versions are so much more different than what I was used to working when I worked, because it's been 10 years since I worked. So they have changed Word considerably since. So I don't know what I'm doing in Word anymore. I'm just kind of stumbling around in it.
Yeah, after it ate one of my books, I ran. I just no doubt.
I lost a few things. It took a lot of searching to find old copies that I could work off of. So I try not to. I hope and pray that I've got it on autosave, which is good and bad because it will save the bad things as well as the good things.
Yeah.
So if you automatically hit Control A and then hit delete and delete it, it'll save that.
So, what did the rest of y'all end up doing?
I continued to work on my outline, and I'm at scene 5 of chapter 11, so I'm just moving right along on this chapter.
Nice. Footloose and fancy free.
And I made myself some more chai tea.
Good chai tea. And Kat, was the food as yummy as it looked? I'm not saying you didn't do anything else, but that food looked yummy.
Oh, my computer's gonna be stupid because I'm uploading something to it. It's using a lot more power to get stuff off my phone. I had like a 5-hour vlog I need to sort through. From the 22nd. But yeah, it was really good. And then I scrolled through a couple of things.
Yeah, I did that as well because one of my senators has made it very clear why he should not be a senator. And
Oh gosh, 35 minutes until this is done?
Oh my goodness.
And yes, Spence is reminding us of hysterics, and yeah, they literally believe that a woman's womb ran about in her body and caused her to be all kinds of crazy, because sometimes it would be where it's supposed to be, and sometimes it'd be like, I don't know, up on their shoulder, whispering dark thoughts into their minds, like, you should leave your husband, he's an abusive monster. And like, yeah,
Pretty much.
yeah, they had some, yeah. Chandra says we always sorted out rice and beans. Yes, and beans, and be very careful, because and when you go to buy potatoes, shake the bag. Just shake the bag. Look inside of it. Twice in our local grocery store, they have found live snakes. One of which, one time it was a copperhead. They got scooped up with the potatoes into the sack.
No, thank you.
So shake your potato.
Ooh,
Make sure nothing moves in there.
freaky.
Yeah, that's not your friend. Yeah. Stepped away for a bit, says Eva. Helped with the bedtime routine. Snuggled with the little guy a bit. Aww. Fighting the sleepy lull created by the snuggles. Yeah. That's why, like, I wish I had a couch so that my doggy could actually be happy and sit beside me like she wants to in here to work from. And also why I'm very happy I don't have a couch. Because when I would work in the other room, there was enough the chair I sat in had an arm on it, so she would lay up on the arm and get all cuddly up next to me. And it's very hard to stay focused on anything with a warm, cuddly dog just being like right beside you. It's like, by the end of the day, I go in there and I have a dog. I have a dog, 3 cats, and a weighted blanket on top of me. I'm good. I'm not going anywhere. I'm in place. I'm firmly locked.
Yeah.
My weighted blanket arrives either today or well, it won't come today, but probably tomorrow. I'm so excited because my boyfriend and I have been fighting over his. Well, it used to be ours, but now it's his. And I'm like, no. So I'm getting my own.
Love mine so much. It has helped my sleep. It has helped like my general anxiety, to the point where like the hubby will notice me getting anxious and will just go get it and wrap me in it. Like, it's you're working, just grab it and wrap me in it and be like, you need hugs. I need to get this done, but you need hugs here. Just wrap it around me. Yes. I am a firm and true believer. Hello, Carrie. How are you doing today? You're working on prep for an interview. Ooh. That's awesome.
That's exciting.
You have coming up next week with the Pontifex podcast. That's really cool. I have done quite a few interviews in my life. I love doing interviews. I take it back. I have been interviewed twice. And yeah, nerves. Once was for an LGBTQ magazine that, yeah. I have to say I had opinions. They weren't expecting opinions. I was supposed to be the cute one that they could put forward and be like, look, we're normal. And then they interviewed me and they're like, oh God, you're not normal. Like, no, I reject your heteronormativity. Hi. Though they tried to edit me to make it sound different, but nope, I was not the queer person they thought I was. And I still, to this day, don't know how they thought I was that person, but it was a fun interview. Spence gave up trying to outline your publishing timelines for the next few projects. Too many. Yeah. I have goals for the next year, and I just threw them like all out the window because I'm definitely working on a different project. Next year is going to be the year of the Dragons of Night fiction for me. I've just given up. I've got a lot of stuff written in it. I've got more that I'm writing in it. It's just, yeah. Have your vampires, have your weird dragon things, have your weird fiction from Charlie. Just all the weird fiction from Charlie. If you liked the video I did for Orla, it's going to be a lot more of that. So, for some people, that's a yay.
My goals for the first quarter of next year are actually very reasonable, and one of them is about my mental health. So, hey.
Mental health. That I would like to be on T blockers by the end of next year, but that requires money and the ability to feel safe going to an office to get all the testing and everything else. You know, when your basic happiness gets classified in your own head as not a necessity. I want to get over that next year. That's actually a good point. You can just search the word chapter if you label them in a rush. I have done that. I use Google Docs now. It's free and autosaves. Just make sure that it is autosaving, because I forgot who it was, but we've had a couple people that found out that they accidentally hit a quick key that turned autosave off. Because apparently that thing.
Google Docs. I hate Google Docs. That is what I have to use for beta readers, but I don't like it.
Yeah. I used to use PinFlip for beta readers, and I really liked it, but it was obnoxious getting people to use it because you have to sign in to see the document, but you can actually add notes and really dig into the document. It's actually the same technology that GitHub uses. It's basically GitHub for writers. It's a wonderful website. It's brilliant. I love it. But getting my betas to actually sign up for an account to be able to see the document, because it needs to track changes. So you have to have a user ID. But so yeah, back to the Google Docs. Okay, Jules says for Word, it's insert and then page number and then format page number. Check the box to include chapter number.
I don't have a problem with page numbers. I got page numbers. That's not an issue.
Well, she also says there's a checkbox for style, for chapter numbers.
I haven't done anything with chapter numbers. Actually.
Let's see.
I'm doing it on my own, trying to keep notes of where I'm at. Still making mistakes, obviously.
Jen says, "Hi Tess, how long are you streaming tonight?" I was planning on being nice and stopping when Laura starts at the top of the hour. Because if I'm doing my math right, that's when Laura starts. Am I doing my math wrong? I'm doing my math right.
Half an hour, yeah, she starts. Right. And I was planning on moving to Laura. Laura's after yours.
So, is it
And
half
whether
hour?
I pop up after Laura's is still up in the air. It depends on what I have to do and how I feel.
And hello, Jen. All right, I'm going to quickly kind of go through chat so we can get one more sprint in before we say goodbye. The podcast is the history of the popes. That's really cool, and they've already covered some. That's really fun. That's one of my favorite topics, and the hubby gets really mad at me sometimes because I may go off on weird papal rants periodically because I'm that person. Almost a priest. Long story on that one. Let's see. Super secret. Ooh.
I love super projects.
I'm excited.
Tell me what they are.
Yes. I can't wait to see what your super secret big project is. All righty. So 6th sprint, and nothing special. Make sure that you're taking care of yourself. Make sure that you're checking your water, saving your document, backing it up, doing your posture checks. I'll see you back here.
Back it up.
Yeah. Back it up. See, I agree with you, Jules. We need like an author tube playlist of all these parody songs. Like that just needs to be a thing. It definitely needs to be a thing. All right. We're gonna get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'll see you in 25. Beepity beep, beep, beepity beep. And there we go. That was our 6th sprint. I actually got some writing down on my character.
Woo.
I figured out how the inciting incident is going to incite, and it involves a character from his past. So
Ooh.
yay. Yeah, like oh wait a minute. What if oh. So not only have I fleshed out a little bit more of the character's backstory, but I actually know how the thing that happens that sets the whole story into motion happens now. So yay. That makes me very happy. So how did y'all do?
Well, I got to chapter 12, so I made it to chapter 12, scene 1. I'm almost at scene 2, so I did pretty good this stream.
You are on a roll. That's pretty good. Let's see if anybody said anything in chat. Let's see. I don't actually see much new. Wait. Oh, the interview? Okay, I'll definitely try to take a look at that because I have a lot of interest in such things. That's very exciting. See, Spence says I am planning to announce it before the end of January, though I don't have a date set in stone yet. Alrighty, no pressure. Just because I can't keep a secret, which is why I don't write thrillers, because it's like the whole point of the thing is keeping a secret till the end. Can't do that. Bad at it. Oh, getting antsy, anxious. I'm gonna hop off of here and do some self-care. Weighted blankets. They're good for the antsy. They're very good for the anxious.
Oh, my weighted blanket arrived. It was waiting outside for me, so
Yay!
I have a weighted blanket now, and I don't have to share it with my boyfriend anymore.
That's exciting. I'm already looking at like how I can get one for the hubby because I'm just like, you need this. You will sleep better. You need this. I'm trying to get him to actually use it one night to make sure that he likes it and it's not too hot for him. But he's just like, no, you need it. And I'm like, yes, but if we can both get sleep, wouldn't that be amazing? Ooh, coloring your bullet journal and trying to maintain the chill. And Chandra got 157 words. Yay, that is awesome. Okay, so Laura's stream should have started about a minute ago. Sorry, Laura, I'm bad at it. I tried. So head on over there if you would like to do some more sprints tonight. Thank you so much for being here. I hate to do this while Kat is on avatar mode, but you know, I said I would try to be out by the time Laura started, and I failed. So does anybody want to outro?
Sure. Hi, my name is Megan. I have a YouTube channel. It's linked down below I believe. If you guys want to check it out, I've been posting videos and I have another video I'm working on and I plan on putting out. So if you guys want to watch, then come check it out. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Tessa. I also have a channel. I stream live at least 3 times a week. I just finished my very first novel, and I think I have it under control now. Friday, New Year's night, I'm streaming live with Jen, and that will be her first time, and we are starting at 8 p.m. New Year's Day night.
Warning, Jen, streaming is addictive. They don't tell you that before you do it. It's addictive. Did not think I would enjoy this as much as I do. I love doing the streams. Just way too much. That's why I'm like always streaming. Alrighty. Kat has a wonderful Twitch channel, which may or may not be linked below. I need to actually fix that if it's not. Anyway, it's Kat Leo Writing over on Twitch. Follow her. She's been doing a lot of Stardew Valley playthroughs and what was it? Was it Mama's Pizzeria? Mama's Bakery? Mama cooking something. I don't remember. It was cakes and stuff, so it wasn't a pizzeria. Anyway, she's been doing a lot of fun stuff over there. Go check it out. It's a lot of fun.
It was Cake Mania. Sorry, I'm talking to my roommate.
Cake Mania. I'm trying for you. So definitely go check her out. And as for me, I am doing the things that I do. I have a new channel that is starting up on maybe the 1st. We shall see if I actually get a video done by then, but starting next month, which is linked below in the description box. I'm going to be talking about pop culture, movies, music, and books and stuff there because YouTube won't show people that content when I make it here. So, second channel. Alrighty. And I am, and last but not least, this Friday is the last Friday stream on this channel. Fanfiction Friday is coming back next week. And we'll be moving over to my second channel because, it's a pop culture channel and it kind of just made sense for it to be over there. So I'm doing that. So definitely, if you want to take part in Fanfiction Friday, head on over and subscribe and hit the notification bell. And I'm very excited to be bringing Fanfiction Friday back. I've got so much fanfic to write. Oh, I'm excited. Alrighty. That's it for me. I hope that you all had a good time. I hope that you got your words and everything that you were looking for. Remember, it's a dark and scary world out there, and we have not fixed anything, even though people are starting to act as though we have. So, say it with me, y'all. Black Lives Matter. Black Trans Lives Matter. Trans identities are real, and they're kind of magic. And until next time, may you have the courage to ride your dreams into reality, and don't forget to have the fun. Bye.
Bye.